Greetings, everyone. I'm gonna first make sure my camera is kind of facing over here somewhere at the bottom left, let's say. Welcome to Steven wants to play something he enjoys. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, as you've already heard. And we do this from time to time on this channel. I have a secret guilty pleasure for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizers. They're one of my favorite things to do. I'll often just sit and partially work through seeds all day long. Last time, I believe you guys were used to me using a different fork. We'll talk about that. We've switched seeds, so any events that have come up from the first seed that we've done since being back, like, you know, streaming and all that jazz, chuck it. Useless knowledge. For those who don't know, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is a game that was pretty much... Oh, I forget exactly. I think it was like 1999? Something like that. I remember being a young boy and playing the base game for the first time. Being super happy about it. I spent hours on some puzzles. Because they were just that brutal. They were just that brutal. But yeah, the base game is kind of like a either a 24 or 40 hour excursion. It's kind of a long game if you do everything once. You could probably beat it in about 8 if you know what you're actually doing. And speedrunners can complete it in about a sixth or less of the time. Anyway, the game has a certain flow to it. And what do people who decompile the game inevitably do? Make a randomizer out of it. Every single thing you see is shuffled around. Everything that you see is shuffled around every which way. We start as an adult when we would normally start as a child. There's this whole story. We skip that. That's the randomizer. So before I tell you more about... you know, just like this particular, like, swing around the block with this randomizer. What I would like to do is, and there's not going to be any game noise for a minute, so I do apologize. I want to go and vind some stuff I've actually minted out. You guys might not be able to see this too well. My viewing dock gives me a very gives me a very shrunken view of this, so I'll just kind of go over it verbally. I have some stuff I should say. One, I want to apologize for the lack of streams starting from Thursday. Well, really, since last week. For those who don't know, I had an internet outage. Basically, one of the transformer wires broke between the house and like the power line, so the the connections broke in layman's terms, and when the connection breaks, there's nothing we can do. My signal was intermittent, yada yada. Thursday of last week, final exams, and then I had a house sitting job at someone else's house immediately after final exams that Thursday. So from like Thursday evening to basically Saturday, I was so exhausted from just the whole month in top order that I just slept. I slept a lot whenever my clients' dogs weren't keeping me up, making me go up, down, open the door, close the door, down, up, down, up, open the door, close the door, feed them. It's a mess. I'm describing a general pattern, and it was like this pretty much every 2 hours from dawn to dusk for the first 2 days. So I was very, very tired. Then when I got back Sunday evening, people probably would have recognized that, oh, hey, Coin streams on Sundays. Coin took a me day that day. I needed to get my mental health back in order. I just did some stuff I liked off camera. And this third point, I'm going to edit this right now because I just found out that point number 3 doesn't actually apply. But I thought I would have a meeting that would bleed over on Tuesday. I'm part of the Disabled American Veterans Association. I'm part of the auxiliary branch. I'm a part-time member. So I thought maybe there would be a meeting. There's not a meeting Tuesday, so we should be good for a while. Yay! Then some other stuff I can just kind of like talk about, you know, as we play. Where it's like, hey, Coin's been thinking about things. Coin's been thinking about things. And some stuff's gonna change around because he's been thinking on things. So, now to tell you a little bit more, I'm going to start playing. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Devrreal. For those who were here before, I used a brand of the development fork for the randomizer, like the cutting edge forks. We used one called Devrreal. It's the one that is most up to date. It is the most bleeding edge apart from... There's one other... development fork that just disables like age checks and climb and has a climb anywhere feature. That one I believe is like at the top of the development chain, but I could be wrong, very wrong. And that was fun. It's got a lot more warping features. Devrreal had a lot of warping features. Devrreal, that's rrealmudo, that's the username of the person who has developed this particular fork, doesn't have as much warping around, but has a lot more shuffling involved. So there is an enemy drop shuffler, which means you're rewarded for killing enemies once each. And then after that, the next time you see them, they just have their normal drops. Great stuff. And I see that our protagonist is silent. I have the voices randomized. You have options between male, female, silent, and random. Both child and adult have this distinction. And then there's a separate shuffle called or separate item shuffler algorithm called the Wonder Item Shuffle. The easiest way to think about it is... For those who've played the base game, there is an activity you can do in Kokiri Village, in Kokiri Village, where you can grab 5 rupees by hopping across 3 stepping stones. Turns out that's a check. There are actually 2 of them. They're 2 different checks. And it's nighttime, so there's no music. I love this already. What was I saying? I'm gonna need you to stop, Sir Poe. Right, wonder items. Yeah, there are like 4 different kinds of wonder items. Each one is activated a different way. Some wonder item checks are done just by moving through the area. Those will be denoted in light blue and dark blue wonder item sparkles. I have that turned on, so we're not just checking for them randomly. Also, as a warning, I'm going to be speeding up the emulator. Yes, this is on emulator. Don't ask me why it is on emulator, other than it is easier to do these types of randomizers on an emulator. Hopefully that has answered the question. We're gonna wait for daytime. Alright, good. And the Dino boss battle music is active. That's intense. Oh, so is it just me? I don't think I actually got any items. Nope. Nary an item. I do need to go ahead and enable... And this is in... Right click will tell us where it is. Yeah, I've got a tracker. Also, why is this enabled? This tracker is weird. I'm wanting to talk about 50 things at once, which is not super helpful. Right, we were still discussing wonder items. So the wonder items come in 4 flavors. You have the ones that are two of them are similar. One is light blue. There's actually a separate set of like stepping stones that ask you to go from point A to point B consecutively without falling down or going somewhere else out of bounds. And then you have ones that are dark blue where you need to hit each one, and the order is not relevant, I don't think. The actual, like, dev fork explains more about them. The randomizer also has a wiki website. Like, the randomizer website has a wiki with this information on it. You have random wonder items that are dispersed. I believe those have a, like, yellowish white sparkle to them. And then you have ones activated by, like, a piercing or slashing implement. Like, a sword or a bow activates those wonder items. And you get something for it. The closest one I could think to of a red wonder item is there's a sign in Kokiri Village as child that if you slice it with your sword, your Kokiri sword, or child's butterfly knife, you get some rupees for your trouble. And that one shows up as like an actual sword. If you try to remove the sign in some other way, you actually don't get the item inside. You don't get the wonder item. Nice, nice. We love free rupees. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. No, there's not. And recently, we used to use Dev Fennel for a lot of the item shuffling, but actually a lot of, like, the object shuffles that used to be pretty exclusive to Dev Fennel are also shared by Devrreal. So we switched to Devrreal because this is what we care about. This is what I care about. Let me put it that way. I care about actually having shuffled items. And recently, one new piece of tech that's common to both Dev Fennel and Devrreal is that the ocarina can actually have its inputs randomized as an actual item, and you unlock the inputs by finding the separate items. So getting the ocarina is not enough. You actually have to do something else. We're not gonna buy this. We're gonna buy a piece of heart. And along with everything else that's shuffled, we're in for a long and fun time. Oh, and before I forget, everything is in Master Quest mode because I have played the vanilla game so many times that I know, other than, like, cows and certain grotto locations, I know pretty much where everything is. I know in what order you need to do everything, and even if you scramble, like, 90% of it, unless you start scrambling entrances, I generally know what I'm doing. I know what I need to find. It's just a matter of finding it. Yeah. That's kind of all I have to say. So, as a result, I tend to like the Master Quest dungeons out of this a lot. Yes, thank you, Anju, for the Ocarina C right button. I can't demarcate that on the tracker. Ah, yes. Before I continue, we don't have any pieces of heart yet. Oh, this is probably the double defense. Okay, yeah, that's double defense. So this is the Baronades item tracker. You can find a list of item trackers on the Randomizer website as well. The repository on that website is just really good. It's the main page. I believe it is Legend of Zelda. I have a command for this. And I also have a timer that'll be showing up 2 hours from now. So if you want to I'm trying to like explain so many things at once. If you want to just like know something implicitly about the randomizer, go to the randomizer website. It's a Google search away if you know what you're searching for. Just search in Ocarina of Time randomizer, you'll find it. It should be like the top result. And there are all kinds of fun links on that site. I highly, highly encourage that you go get it. But Baronades is I'm going to presume it's for the 3DS. That's what the items on this tracker look like to me. Is this the spiritual stones they're more rounded 3DS counterparts, not anything else. Trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah. I'm a fine purveyor of Master Quest, like Master Quest mode stuff. I love that sort of thing. It's just extra complexity. I can actually show you one of the wonder items right now. So if we come up here, in vanilla, this wonder item gives you 20 rupees. I believe they just slap an item model on top of it. If you come over, okay, it's vanilla. Game is gonna make me a liar, but what's not vanilla is the fact that you normally do get a red rupee item model there. Thank you, Anju, for giving me that C right. At least the inputs aren't actually locked, like the C button items aren't actually locked. I wonder if they'll be able to like lock the inputs and make you have to find them later, such that starting with a sword does you no good because the input itself is locked. I'm really, really curious because Ocarina of Time I think is fully decomped or really close. Oh. And it turns out you can decomp it using C++. I think that's the coding. I think that's the programming language they use is C++. You gonna show me a good time, sir? He looks like is it Funky Kong? I think it's Funky Kong. He's got the big puffy lips and he looks like he's wearing one of those berets for hair. Yes. Thank you for showing the inputs on this. Off to an excellent start. I really can't be missing rupees. Archery, the adult archery minigame is randomized, meaning you still have like the same sets of targets, but they occur in pretty much any order. And the adult archery minigame, as well as the horseback archery minigames, are like the bane of my existence. So I'm going to focus for a hot second while I do these. One nice thing is that you can, too low to the ground. Doing it all over again. If you know the sets to look for, you'll always know what you should do next. It's just the order. You won't know the order. Too many. If you miss 1 to 2, you get a bargain. Actually, this is kind of beneficial for us because we don't want so many rupees on our person anyway. But, well, you don't want to waste money after all. That would be bad. Yeah, see, Steven is bad at this. Like arrow spam. I'm also using a non-Nintendo controller, so make of that what you will. So the handling is not the greatest. Luckily, I've narrowed the dead zone on the controller to about 5%, so I could just gently tilt the stick for good results. Kinda. Oh, I think I just barely got that. Oh, that was probably my worst performance yet. see, we emptied rupees just to fill back up the capacity anyway. Let's go check the shops one last time. And then we're probably good to go back to Dompe's grave, or else try to find a shop to empty our rupees at. We did get the Deku Nuts. Also, let's make a... Okay, so these denote the upgrade and not anything else. Good to know. Okay. What am I trying to do? I guess I only denote if I've gotten the upgrade, not the base. I guess the other thing I want to do is... Yeah, I start with the maps and compasses, so we can actually just go ahead and click on these right now. We know this one's in the Water Temple. We know this one's in the Shadow Temple. Light is... Actually, light is... It's this. You see... Spirit Temple. Fire is in Jabu Jabu's belly. Oh boy. I've forgotten exactly which ones. And not like zooming in this actually helps. Let's try to... Okay, this one's the shadow icon, which makes sense. Which means, what did I fill in? Light medallion. Did I put the light... Did I scramble the light medallion or something? No. That one's correct at least. Just making sure. So then... I'm missing something. One of the medallion designs got changed. Oh, that's Spirit. Nope. Nope. This is Spirit. This is Shadow. Okay. Sorry. I'm wasting a lot of time on stuff that probably isn't the most pertinent, but... Okay, gotta stop spam clicking or else we're not gonna get through this. How is everyone doing? This has got to be Deku Tree. And that means... What is missing? We've got Spirit. Free, Water, Shadow... Spirit, Dodongos, Jabu Jabus, oh, we're missing Fire Temple. Okay, so this has to be the one for the Fire Temple. That makes some sense then. Yeah, I start with like map and compass information, so that's just one less thing we have to collect. It does also mean we have more junk. So, in terms of today's stream, this is mostly going to be like a cute, like a Ask Me Anything. I mean, I'm going to try to like... Can't get this now. Alright, we've got enough to go through Dompe's. Ask me anything. I mean, I'm going to be talking about stuff that's happened to me. Just in terms of my life recently and where I am as a person, and also talk about some stuff I want to bring to like the content I make. So I guess I'll kind of start with the I'll start with the content that I want to make first. This should be closer to the beginning of the video. Just, or VOD. That's just going to be helpful for people who are wanting to watch. So, I'm not streaming, or I'm sorry, I'm not in school at the moment. I cannot be on summer terms. So that means we get a 4th streaming day. Hooray! Is it going to be on Twitch? No, probably not. But that has more to do with what, like, the kinds of venues I'm making the content, not because I don't want to give people on Twitch any. So for those who don't know, I have a Patreon. Hi, yes, I have one of those. They seem to be really the in thing right now. And I want to offer exclusive content to either people who are on Discord or people who are on Patreon. I'm not 100% confident in how I'm going to do it yet, but that's kind of what that 4th day is going to be. We're going to stream stuff. It's going to be a good time. But Twitch and YouTube tend to do better when there's some action. Patreon, I'm going to put, like, the really slow stuff in here. Nice. Yeah, see what I mean? Now Dompe's Maze is a literal treasure trove of items. Every passage is worth checking. Every passage. We're going to be losing a lot of hearts in here. I believe I missed a passage to the right. There are 8 freestanding items and then so many wandering items. It's not even wonder items. It's not funny. And unfortunately, we are going to burn some money while we're here. Which makes me feel awful. Okay, no wonder items, which is good. Yeah, so I want to bring content, like extra content, and it's kind of going to be a longer form series. For reference, this is going to be stuff like, let's say, Pillars of Deadfire, Eternity, like, sorry, I'm trying to think of the game. And it's not helping, so let me think of the game real quick. Or by that I mean reference the game I'm talking about. Pillars of Eternity. I had it backwards. Old RPGs like that are just way too long, and really, I can't imagine people watching it that aren't just like a cult following of the game or anything like that. So that's where I'm going to put that sort of stuff on. It is through either Patreon or Discord. I think I'm going to try my best to like synchronize coffee as well. Like the coffee page should have similar benefits to the Patreon page. So they're kind of like one and the same. I don't know. I could just have too many pages to check on and I need to decide which ones I'm doing. I missed some wonder items. That's okay, we could fix it. Definitely gonna have to fix it. Okay, I think that covers a lot of our dead ends. I'm not sure what that 4th streaming day is gonna be. And I'll probably put a link. I'm still working on the link, by the way. I have to get out of this loophole that Discord's put me in, where like I need to actually verify my email some number of times in order to do what I want with it. But I'm already verified because I did the verification before they just automated the process. And because I have done this, I've done it at an unfortunate time. I have to go through the painful setup of unverifying from Discord, which is going to make my server unverified, which is going to cause me all manner of problems. It's rough. Oh, I'm dead. I am very D-E-D dead. And thus he died and went to heaven. Zelda would forever be imprisoned in Ganondorf's grasp, or forever doomed to be Sheik. And the King of Darkness would rule over Hyrule forever. Sorry, but when you get something like that as like the chime for, or the fanfare for death, how could I not make a bit out of it? Right, so I guess to succinctly put it, I'm working on some stuff for either Discord or Patreon, which, by the way, you guys want in on like potential Discord exclusives? I think I might make it, I'm leaning towards Discord exclusive, and Patreon is like another venue to access it. You guys want stuff on Discord? A free Twitch Prime sub will get you to where you need to go. Okay, I think we can now just go for the end. Good. Do we have... No, we don't have a stick upgrade, so we can't check that off yet. Now we just cleared Dompe's race for real, which I think I've gotten sub 40 before once. Sub 40, or like sub 45 once. No, can't remember. Nice. I'm definitely not getting that mythical number now. I think I remember getting it in like 48 seconds or so. Or maybe even closer to 50 seconds. I've gotten it fast before. I just don't remember how fast exactly. Oh, maybe this will be pudding proof, although not with those two bonks from earlier. Yeah, I'm working on content for Discord, for Patreon. Nice. That's what happens when I talk and play games. Doesn't work. And I know people aren't... I'm not one of those content creators that's like, ugh, funny fails are the only thing that matter in content. I'm not a Tyrannicon when it comes to streaming, like streaming content or content in general. I don't want to be known for just for funny fails. I'd like people to actually think I've got some skill. And I'm not saying that Tyrannicon is an unskilled gamer or anything. Just, you know, that's kind of his shtick. He's that funny, ragey guy who says really cringe things. Not sure why people watch the man apart from the ludicrous things he says and does. Really, other than that. What was I thinking? 48? 45? No, I usually get it somewhere in the ballpark of 54 or 55. I think like 48 would be speedrunner tier or better, and I'm not one of those. Nice. Nice sound. It's fitting too, because when I'm thinking of Bloopy, I certainly don't want it. Good. Weep. Weep. Please. The weeping. Give me a heart. Game, that is all I ask for. No weep. I'll get it in the grass outside. It's not a big deal. Oh, it's worse above ground. I forget that the underground adds an echo to most things. Oh, they're the fairies. Thank you. Holy Lord. Trying to think of what else. And also this next one is actually for you Twitch folks, but it's for YouTube content. Remember how I said that I was going to be starting the edited long form of Blasphemous on summer term, or like summer break, Yeah, I'm going to begin undergoing classes pretty soon, or some sort of training. I should say classes, I should say training, to... Having trouble with words again. Wow, I'm really having trouble with words. Right, I want to train myself so that I can do some video edits, because I want the Blasphemous playthrough for, you know, the edited long form to be something of, a guide. And I realized that I'm going to have to play through the game again 3 times. Because I don't think the long form has sufficient content to really be worth integrating into a playthrough. It might be worth a meme reel, and that's really about it. The reason I'm going here is to try to, like, clear up my inventory at a shop. That's really the only thing. And if I can't get a shop, then I'll try to, like, go back and buy stuff at child shops. Yeah, Child Potion Shop and Child Bazaar are different than the adult versions in a randomizer, which is just absolutely insane. I don't know why they're different, just that they are different, which is really interesting. Hello. We have... garbage. We have garbage, but I would like to clear my rupees anyway. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear out 65 of them. Too bad I can't shield drop these. Instead, we have to actually throw them and risk losing the contents. Well, hey, we're collecting sticks for child. Right. I'm training myself. I'm going to be training myself to begin making, like, a guide. I want to... Wow, are my talking points not coherent? For those who don't know, I'm a huge Chugga Conroy enthusiast. I love watching his content. I think it's fantastic. It's some of the best material out there. And it's always something I've aspired to with my streams, where, like, I don't want them to just be streams. I want to actually show people some stuff I've learned about the game, which is why I try to, like, play through a good chunk of it before I allow the immersion to kind of take over, if you will. I try to be somewhere between I'm still learning new things and, oh, I've never seen this before. I try to be somewhere in those two worlds. And that's hard when you're streaming, because trying to do this half and half content style, where you know half of the material and then you don't know half, is really, really strange. Now, of course, Chugga Conroy plays through the game. You know, he has a pilot playthrough that he does, or he's, like, playing in advance. He does, like, a run of the game or something. I know a lot of Let's Players who have mentioned doing this. And mentioned doing it because it actually helps them, you know what to talk about. Although, really, it comes down to having good editors. Like, Chugga Conroy has got, like, this amazing group of editors and, like, a team behind him that actually helps with the various things he wants to talk about, like all the info displays, like the animations, all that stuff. Like with Splatoon, he had a specific person help him with all of the like weapon intros and like stat stuff. I'd like to do something like that, or similar to it. Is there anything up there? It looks like there's a claim check up there. That's exactly what it looks like. Is there's a claim check. It's cool. Love the claim check. Yeah, I've got the adult trading sequence and the child trading sequence already auto completed. The only thing that the only things I've got shuffled out of the child and adult like trade sequences. I believe we've got a bottle, which means we can go get bugs. We can actually buy bugs. Which we're going to go back to Kakariko to get. We're going to get bugs. We can also get blue fire. That's the other competing thing we could go do. I'm more interested in bugs, though. Because bugs open up 10 checks. Oh, we can just buy bugs here. Cool. And it cleans up our wallet rather nicely. I love stuff like that. I'm trying to think of what else I want to say. Nice. But yeah, I want to do something like that for Blasphemous. And yes, I realize there are guides already out there, you know, that perfectly complement like a playthrough of Blasphemous. One that I actually recommend is, I don't know if I would call it a guide. It's more like a structured LP. There's a YouTuber by the name of The Green Scorpion, who does a lot of like top 10 stuff and some other playthroughs. He's actually kind of a really cool dude. I recommend checking out his channel on YouTube, where he actually... Okay, is there like an OOB or something? I've tried like 4 times to get this pot. 3 or 4 times to get this pot. Oh, this pot's gonna make me have a gasket. And pot's supposed to relieve gaskets, folks. Let me tell you what. Okay, and it was a Greppy? Green pea? Okay, Greppy is better if you're gonna abbreviate it. Because green pea, oh my god, awful. Absolutely fawful. 5 points to anyone who gets the reference. I don't know. Hello. Yes, I would like more rupees than I currently have, but not so many that I'm over full. Which is the risk you take when you open up so many checks at once. Wow. Kind of a lackluster pull. Of course, we actually can't just leave these enemies be. We actually do need to probably kill them once each. Because I do have the enemy drops turned on. See, we got like a bloopy out of them. So I know what you're thinking, like, man, aren't those just drops? There is actually a notable difference between rupees that drop in the overworld versus rupees that drop, you know, rupees that drop because you were meant to find them in the overworld. The ones that I can actually demonstrate with this ring of rupees, you will always find those rupees there. All the time. That's what's supposed to be there. You collect them, you unload and reload the zone, they come back. Or maybe they don't. There's definitely a ring of rupees just like this in a grotto that do come back every time. And they all kind of have that, like, cut gem appearance. Whereas the ones you find in the overworld normally, like, are just freestanding, Don't do that. Instead, they have this, like, shiny, polished appearance. It's really strange. Also, I believe you'll have an item as well. Which, of course, means, you know, we're going to be over full on rupees again. I can't just not collect. Alright, stop phasing out of the wood. And dying to Skull Kid is not the finest thing that I could be Not the finest thing that could be happening to me right now. Thank you. If it's just a orange rupee, I'll pass. No, it's a bloopy. Don't think there's anything hidden that could happen here. So now if we kill the Skull Kid again, you'd get an orange rupee. So we're not gonna do that. Oh, for the love of God. King Zora, please. King Zora. Weep. Weep. What sample did Legend of Zelda's creator, like, find for this? I also love that the needles have, like, an actual actor shadow. That's hilarious. Oh, thank you. I cannot tell you how debilitating that weep is. Awful stuff. Alright. We can't do anything else here. If I had a bow, I could technically glitch and get behind Milo. Or anything that allows me to take, like, a alternate camera view. With like a C item or something, but nope, 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 nope. Can't do it. So instead, we're going to get the Syria check, get 20 more rupees. Then we're actually going to go to Lake Hylia first. And my reasoning for that is, also, we need to check off stuff. We got a bottle. I'm just going to put an empty bottle there. Technically, we found it with a fairy inside. I guess we could do that. That way we know the contents of the original bottle as we found it. As for this, we know that the item in the sequence is always a claim check. It's never anything else. However, the claim check doesn't guarantee Bigoron's sword either. So make of that what you will. And we also have some Skulltula tokens. We have 4 at this time. Oh, did we disconnect at some point? Or is the chat not refreshed? I'm gonna try. They're going to close the chat. They're gonna reopen it. Just make sure. We're going to clear chat. Okay. Sounds good. Unfortunate. I was hoping for a third heart. Game's probably not going to give it to me. That is perfectly okay. So with the... I'm trying to think of things I want to say. Yeah, Green Scorpion's one. I've seen a lot of others out there. I just forget all the names. You know, I know there's guides out there. I know there are, like, structured LPs out there. I want to add to that chorus of LPs, I guess is what I want to say. Is I shouldn't and I won't let repeat content stop me from doing other stuff. I just want to be novel about it. I want to be novel about it. And with Blasphemous, you can't really do that. But with a lot of the other games that I play on Twitch and on YouTube, I mod them. I mod them so that they have a different appearance. Even if it's something as simple as I installed a texture mod, so now it's something else. You know, I'm going to do that. It makes it novel. Now, granted, in the large picture, you know, adding a texture mod by itself doesn't do anything. You need to add something of actual substance. Like with Skyrim. If you have mods that modify Skyrim, that add quests, NPCs, new dungeons, or remixes the old content in some way, then it's a mod. Like, it's a proper mod, and it's worth considering. Something I've thought of many times when trying to get a Skyrim or a Fallout LP going, and then realizing, oh wait, look at how unstable all these mods are together, and look at how often the game crashes. Which is why I now use Wabbajack. For those who don't know, I'm gonna, like, flash it on the screen real quick. Wabajack is is a mod installer. It installs a lot of mod lists at once. Uh, and there's all kinds of stuff here. I'll checkmark Oblivion, which is one that I've been investigating recently, like the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. There are two mod lists. One is just a visual, like a visual mod package, and the other actually is an overhaul, which includes like Masker's Oblivion overhaul, Volata Magica, and some other stuff in there. How Boneyard Creations is gonna make Dungeons and Deidre work, I have no idea. But you can change the game, you get a new mod package. I like to put mods on games so that they are different. If I know that something is old, or something has been done before over and over and over and over and over, you need to do something to stand out if you're going to entertain with it, or it's not going to be very good. Like at all. At all. That's why I try to make the playthroughs chocolate. I've repeated myself. Nope, get down. These Gwei actually drop things. One of them dropped Deku Nuts. And I believe the Gwei here, I have it set so it won't respawn these particular Gwei. Once we kill them, that should be it. I'll take these. Trying to think of other things I need to say. And I guess the last thing I'll mention is I'm looking to change the stream schedule by adding a 4th stream day. I do not know what that's going to look like yet. I want to... I've picked my classes based on my previous schedule, so I want to try to avoid switching days if I can help it. And instead there's going to be a day where there are just 2 streams back to back. Maybe this is the case where I change which content is aired which day, so that Twitch stuff is in one section, YouTube is in another section. Is that the key for the Forest Temple? I think it might be. Yes. I've got key rings turned on, so I've got key sanity turned on by proxy, because we just picked up a whole set of keys for a dungeon we've never been to. And I've got the key sanity set up so that you get key rings, and the boss keys are included in the key ring. So there's, like I said, there's a lot more like junk that's just in the pool now, because I've got so many things that are condensed and restructured. It's great. I do not believe we have fought this this Gwei yet. Thank you, thank you. Also need to kill the Tektites. Something else. Yeah, with Devrreal, we can't leave anything to chance. Gotta kill them all, at least once. Anything that could drop an item and doesn't, like, respawn, we're gonna have to take care of. But this is fine. Yeah, look, this is how we know the Tektites are bearers of, like, actual potential items. I don't know about the levers. The levers might be a trick. There are lots of things that are tricks in the way I've scrambled things. I've basically had this set up so that it's everything short of, like, what a speedrunner would do. So, like, we don't do glitches, but we might use tricks. Such as the trick for... Child Link being able to jump off the side of the tower and get a check and talk to the guy on the roof, which is something that you're intended to be an adult for. One other difference that Dev Fennel has with Devrreal is Dev Fennel has recently introduced the fishing behavior that has been scrambled. So the Seeking Lure actually has a purpose. Seeking Lure actually has a purpose. Gotta focus. Okay, Sirfish. Just gonna keep this held down. Yeah, the getting a reward for the sinking lure actually means something. Okay. So, I've recently learned, thanks to, like, the contents of, like, Sealed Palace. That's a ROM hack for this game. Or it's a ROM hack of Ocarina of Time. I've learned that the code for, you know, fishing is actually just time dependent. There's, like, an extra modifier based on what time of day it is. And if it's, like, noon or midnight, those are, like, the worst possible times to get bites. And other than that, it's a random number. Like, yeah, if you depress the stick from being held down, it's gonna release it eventually, but, like, the release time is random. Which really freaking sucks. I would just say, because I've never felt more cheated from a game in general than that, where the way it is built is entirely on RNG and not anything else. I want to empty my wallet, good sir. That means you are losing your hat covering your bald pate. Close, but no cigar. Yeah, if you get the guy's cap off his head, he'll fine you for 50 rupees. Isn't that just great? Maybe something like this? Maybe a bit closer. Yeah, something like that. The distance is really quite finicky for getting the guy's, hat. But you can do it if you apply yourself enough. You can also, I can also just speed up the game and, like, repeatedly pay 20. But I'd rather do it in one go, baby. 50 rupee penalty. Empty my wallet. I don't want to waste rupees. And then you just dump it somewhere in the middle of this lake. Yay. Oh, not quite good enough. Close. Oh, and if you actually want to lose rupees off this, don't press B. Don't auto-advance the text too fast, or in the randomizer, it'll actually just skip over the 50 rupee penalty, and you won't pay it. I mean that. I guess it's kind of random, but I have had it happen where I actually wanted to lose rupees and couldn't because I skipped through that box too fast. So just something to think about. And I go back to, oh, well, why would you want to lose rupees? You know, what if you don't want to waste money? I've actually taken to the practice of, like, burning through Deku Nuts or something if I don't want to lose money. I've taken to that practice. Have we actually obtained anything else? No. Fair. Okay, so I think our plan is to take a break, and I'm just gonna let... I don't want to do this. Yay! So my intention is to just kind of let time play out. We don't really... We have a slight preference for going to Gerudo Fortress at night, but it isn't the biggest deal in the world if we can't get there. Gonna go ahead and take a break. I generally play a 90-second ad during this time period, and my breaks usually last about 5 minutes. And when I get back, I'll talk about the next break I'm gonna take, because it has to be a little bit longer. Go grab snacks, go get drinks, you know, something along those lines, and I guess I will see you after this content break. We're back. I wonder how many times it passed between night and day, and between silence and music. I'll never know. If you guys wanted to know, I suppose you could go back and highlight it or clip it for yourselves. My guess would be somewhere around 3 to 4 times, if I had to be honest about my guess. And I know what you're probably thinking. You know, we could be more efficient by doing the child checks first. There are generally more of them once you know where you're going. And, you know, there isn't as much hubbub about it. But one of the core things I like to do is I try to do as many checks in the age I'm in as possible. So since I'm an adult, I'm going to try to do the adult stuff that I can. If I get stuff that lets me do more adult checks before going to a dungeon, that's what I'll do. Then I'll traverse to the other age, do some checks, and I'll try to do as many checks as I can before I enter a dungeon. And then when I can't check anymore, or I hit some kind of a wall, then you know what? Then I enter a dungeon. And I typically start with child first, no matter what age I start in. Just easier that way. And you can typically do more stuff as child in the child dungeons than as adult in the adult dungeons. Especially in Deku Tree, where you really aren't supposed to have anything beyond like a sword, a shield, some sticks, and some Deku nuts. That's really about it. How's everyone's break? Hopefully okay. Speaking of breaks, the next time I have to take one will be around 6. And as a result of taking said break, oh, hello. Wait, that you can hit that check? I'm gonna have to try a jump slash off of the cliff there, but I think that requires a bow. Yeah, we're gonna get like these wonder item checks here in Gerudo Valley, and they do require a bow. Some of them do anyway. It's just great, because you think like, oh man, it's just crates and barrels, or crates and pots, and you'd be kind of right if you weren't shuffling wonder items, but the wonder items just add a different degree of, just add a different measure of what you can do in here. Like, look, see those red glints? If you hit that with like an appropriate item, it varies depending on what exactly it is. Sometimes it's a sword, sometimes it's a bow. You'll get the items. Right, as I was saying, my next break is going to be probably in the realm of 8 to 10 minutes, because I'm going to have to like prepare dinner for myself. By that I mean go get it off the plate, or go plate dinner. Yeah, go plate dinner, and then, like, you know, wrap it, package it, put it away, stuff like that. That takes me a little bit of time. So that'll probably, like, play a full 3-minute ad. Just to make things, to give us as much time between when the pre-rolls start and end as possible. I forgot that pot of soup was an actual checkpoint, or wonder item. And you don't need like a hook shot or a bow to clear out these guards. If you're just, you know, you get them while they're patrolling, it's not really that hard. The hard part is, you know, making sure you've got optimal spacing, because if they turn around too quick and you enter their line of sight in bright areas or what have you, then it's bad. And just like that, we're full up on rupees again. Okay, we're gonna have to figure out a different way to do this. The weeping. Okay, I can't make that check without, Goron Tunic. I need Goron Tunic for that. So with that Skulltula, we can actually get it with a well-placed jump slash, which we should probably do now. Unfortunately. In case it's like a recovery heart or something. But yeah, Gerudo Fortress is just like full of items. If you know where to go, you have the opportunity to get like up to like 3 or 4 items. I've seen as many as 3 running through here. And I've had as few as 0. Of course, it's always a possibility. What did I... Oh, I got Zora Tunic. I need to add that. That's this. Can you actually, like, scramble, like, the vanilla boots? If you could scramble, like, vanilla boots, then, what does Link wear? I promise you ain't wearing socks. Nice. Okay. I like how there was a lingering sword trail, but it didn't really matter for, like, the purposes of... There wasn't, like, a glitch or anything you could do with it. It's so strange. Okay, let's try this again. Let's pull out our sword. Make sure we're not too far from the ledge, or too close to the ledge. Doesn't work. At least not right now. Yes, Navi, I know. Be brave. Go into the Deku Tree. Right. Just to succinctly conclude the question or what I was talking about. 8 to 10 minutes or 8 to 10 minute break will be happening at the start of the when we take our next break. It'll be for 8 to 10 minutes instead of the normal time. Wow, I'm having issues. I'm thinking I actually just gotta approach it from the side or something. Usually the diagonal slash works. Then again, the last time I had to do a diagonal slash was like 4 or 5 seats ago. So I don't know. And of course, the silence doesn't help my productivity or confidence either. Nice. Not a thing I could do about that. And if I could get here as child, I guarantee you the stick would not be long enough to reach. You would have to have a ranged implement either way. We got this before. We could do it again. We'll probably die a couple of times trying to get it, but we will get it. Oh yeah, we're dying. It's happening. We took damage to actually clear it out before. It should be unfortunate. The weakening won't last too long, and then we can get back to performing the other checks in Gerudo Fortress. Maybe I want this. Yeah. Alright, we want something like that. I actually used to do Gerudo Fortress dead last. I tried to operate in a manner consistent with vanilla, but I found that what works best for me is this hybrid approach where I just try to do everything in the age that I start in that I can, as I possibly can. Because it's random, right? If you go through everything in order from start to finish, you are just going to end up having to, go back and forth several times. And just doing everything you can in the timeline or the age that you're in to start with just makes things easier for me. The weepening has stopped. Thankfully, there's only an extra single 2 wonder item. Extra single 2, yep. Extra 2 wonder items in here. This hallway only gets a little bit more lucrative. Not much more lucrative than that. Yeah, it's kind of like one of the last places you go in Gerudo Fortress. You want to go in spots like this. And it really sucks that I'm filling up on I'm already full up on rupees. It really does. But maybe this will make some folks happy. You know, just the idea of filling out your wallet and keeping it filled in case you bump into something you want to buy. Like, that's not a bad way to go about it. It's just, if you do go about it that way, you will just lose out on so many junk items. And you could remove all the junk, but then you would, like, accidentally remove ways of getting money. You would be starved of any potential for just outright buying the items. Some stuff can be locked behind markets. I kind of find it important that you mine that stuff. At least for me. Hello. I'm happy to be full on health again. Other things I could talk about, I guess. Thinking for a moment. I guess a bit more about how I'm doing. I've mentioned before in today's stream that I've been enervated for a week, but, well, I've been out of commission for a week, but I've been enervated for a little bit longer than that. This school term has just been awful. I don't think I've ever had a worse time period in my entire life. Like, at all. Did you know that people who have ghosted others, or especially ghostees, have a, like, I want to say it's like a 45 or 57% higher likelihood of committing suicide? I know. Apologies for the trigger warning, or for a lack of a trigger warning there, but yeah, I've been the unfortunate ghoster of someone else, and I've been meaning to try to clear up that relationship, but the baggage from that relationship has made things difficult for me. I can't say the same thing about the other man in that relationship, and before you ask, it is a friendship. It is not romance. I've mentioned, like, before, more or less what happened with the ghosting and what happened, so I'll spare the explanation this time. Just, that was interesting. Weird and interesting. I am blanking on things I want to say. So I'm going to think on it a minute. But, like, those emotions lasted for like a month or 2 months. Like, into the school term, which didn't help. Didn't help. Not at all. And it really negatively impacted my schoolwork. To the point that I need to find a club or some sort of other student activity on my college campus so that I can connect with my peers and, you know, like, forge new social connections. Like, that's what I need to do in order to get over that content gap. Not content gap, like, the rift left behind by my own actions. I have to do something to conquer it. And then, I think you guys already know about the story. Well, hello, and hello again. Wait, there's a wonder item here? There's a wonder item at the waterfall? I didn't know that. Wow. Unfortunately, I can't kill these Octoroks right now. I just don't have the means. So we're gonna skip them and hopefully find something worth our while. It better not be a wonder item. In either of these waterfalls. Hello. It's nice to be back here. I believe we can pick up some Deku Nuts and kind of empty our wallet again. Did we ever go in here? I think this house had like a crate or something in it. Okay. I'm trying to think. This music makes it hard to think. Like, really hard to think. We're gonna go in here, where I hope there's some Deku Nuts I can buy. $69. There we go. Yeah, like I said, all we're doing is clearing out the wallet. Gotta take advantage of the processes you have on hand. Where else can I go? I guess we could try going to Goron City, although we can't exactly do too much there. Right, the whole physics project over the last month, in April, has just been awful. And we're already close to filling up on wallet again. We're really close. That lasted for a month, and that also negatively affected my ability to pass. I don't want to say it 100% did. Some of the faults of my cell bio class, I must accept, is just not being diligent enough at studying, asking the right questions, attempting to internalize the material for myself. But a good chunk of that was because I really had a high amount of stress regarding the group project, and it was crippling. I would spend sometimes 1 or even 2 nights where I could have worked on something. I spent it curled up in my bed, dealing with just the raw surplus of emotions, because I was doing 3 times as much work on that group project. I was doing all of it. I mean, there were some things that my partners did. When I asked to have math checked, they checked math. One guy didn't attend lecture for like a month and a half, starting from roughly 2 weeks after midterm, so I couldn't ask him to do anything more than technical stuff. Help with the apparatuses, like the inclined planes or whatever. And just, I'd have to accept that. So already 2 people were doing the work of 3. And on top of that, just some of my initial thoughts were completely wrong. They were 100% wrong. But I didn't start up this talk so I could recount that story in like complete detail. Whole point is, I mentally and emotionally broke dealing with that. I did. I had a really bad cry about it. It was awful, and it takes a lot of just petty, completely unabsorbed bullshit pardon my French, and social BS at that, to make me upset enough to cry. Death doesn't do it, but social stuff does. I'm a really weird individual when it comes to stuff that stresses me out. I feel icky when I'm dealing with death, but that's different. That's like general human ick and not, you know, so much ick that I cry about it. I don't do that. This didn't last long. I suppose the last thing we could do is, like, try to clear out inventory again 3 times. And then go to Ganon's castle. We don't have the key, so we can't do much, but we can get some free checks just from being there at Ganon's castle. Because the Rainbow Bridge is already up. I have that set as open. Actually, I'm not sure. I think I only want to clear it out twice. And my reasoning for that is there are Deku Scrubs that you can buy stuff from in Ganon's castle, in Ganon's tower. So I don't want to be left without money to deal with that. These past 4 or 5 months have just been awful. Just been awful. Lowest point of my academic career yet. I hated it. I still hate the fact that things went down the way they did. And I'm really upset at myself for not putting in enough effort because reasons. Part of it is laziness. Another part of it is, you know, autistic brownout. Something that happens. I say brownout, but it's autistic burnout. He didn't clear his inventory. He being me, by the way. And I'm fast forwarding because we need it to be daytime so we can clear our inventory. There we go. That should be sufficiently fast. People are like, what? How many flashbangs are you throwing, kid? I need to clear out inventory. So I need to clear out wallet space. So a lot. Yeah, just lowest point in my life. I wish I could... I wish I could take it back. I wish I could take it back. All of it. That's how much I hated these past 5 months. Now, if I could keep the stream time with you guys, that'd be... And, you know, the time I spent with friends... That'd be about the only 2 things I keep. Even with my epiphany with physics. So, one of the things that has come out of this, of my repeating physics twice and, you know, getting A's on, like, my lab and stuff, is I have a much better appreciation for physics. I can actually make sense of most of it. I know the underlying principles that are there. I know it. I basically took remedial physics at the college level. It's high school physics. It uses a lot of the general equations, whereas like real physics is, you know, a real majors physics course has like calculus in it, because that calculus is just necessary in order to describe the real nature of motion. But I have enough of an understanding. I know the general concepts. I know when something is talking about normal force versus weight force, they aren't equal to each other, and they aren't quite the same thing, you know? Yeah, they're not the same thing at all. It may actually be better if we have filled up this time. Yeah, I've gained a much deeper appreciation for the subject. It wasn't because I wanted to. It was because I broke, and I just had to understand it. I mean, it was my final chance anyway. I had a bunch of stuff writing on this term. It's awful. Um, but I'm a biology person. That's what I'm in college for. I am getting a cell and I'm studying for a cell and molecular degree. Which means I understand biology at the chemistry level, at the, at the level of molecules interacting with each other. That's my goal. That's what I'm trying to do. I didn't want to come out of my education with a deeper understanding of classical Hamiltonian and Newtonian physics, but I did. Precisely because of what happened over the course of this term. But I gained that understanding at a really, really high cost. For me. Other people would say, social issues, group partners not doing their work, ghosting. I deal with this crap and then some at my day job, and you would be right. You would be right, dear imaginary viewer in my head. You would absolutely be correct. I'm not in any way trying to say, oh, look at me, I'm a pitiful college student. No, I have things easy compared to everyone else in the world. But my problems are my problems, and I feel them, and they affect me. It's not just, I don't want to make, it's not good to make comparisons of, like, your problems to other people's problems. But it's inevitable. Human beings, I failed again. I failed again. I failed again. Yep. Link, you are going to heaven so many times, my guy. Absolutely all the time. Heaven everywhere. Nice. Deku nuts, I'll take those. If I had other weapons of choice, I'd use them. But we don't have that luxury. There we go. That shouldn't have been difficult, but it was. Whatever. Alright, that'll actually get us in Ganon's Tower. Yay! Let's go spend 50 rupees. And then let's go beat a bunch of Stalfos. And a bunch of other cool stuff while we're here. If that's right, this is hidden behind a fake wall. You too could be the proud owner of 3 to 4 fairies in a bottle if you know where to find this, if you know where to find this in the Master Quest version of Ganon's Tower. Hello, Iron Boots. That means we could do Water Temple, by the way. And we have a couple of other checks we could make. It depends on... Well, I mean, we have to get all the Ocarina buttons. Hello. Oh, I didn't set this to be, based on the number of Skulltulas. It's just anywhere. Okay. Well, we got the boss key, but we still gotta pass all the trials to actually get there. Oh, we actually have Iron Boots. We should cross that off. Nothing else has changed other than these boots. We are nowhere near go mode yet. Nor can we do anything else here, really. So it's time to leave. It's time to leave and become a child and do all those checks. We've got like 3 different shops we could check out that are all full of lovely goodies, or it could be junk. Because, you know, Wonder Item and Expensive Merchant and, you know, the Ocarina notes and just everything. So many shuffles are turned on, it's not funny. Not to mention the Gossip Stone check. Yeah, that's something else too. We have an option turned on that makes it so that you have to play the Song of Time out of Gossip Stone to get an item from it. And there are a lot of Gossip Stones, let me tell you what. Some of which are only accessible as child or adult respectively. So it just adds another dimension of checks. It makes the grottos in like Overworld way more valuable. And it de-incentivizes dungeons. A lot. Now, I should have this shuffled. However, part of me thinks that I made another seed without actually changing some settings. And I actually don't have stuff that should be shuffled into the item pool yet. I'm hoping one day there will be like a convergence between the Dev Fennel and Devrreal item pools. Like the kinds of checks, the kinds of warps and stuff. Because that's truly what I'm looking for. Is just absolute maximum shuffle hell on all the time. Skulltula token. We have 5 of them, which I will update in a moment. Yeah, there are crates here in Castletown that you can check. And they do give you items. They normally give you like a red rupee, and that's pretty much about it. The rest don't mean anything. Or you get like a normal rupee. I'm weepening. Hopefully the nighttime bomb chew shop actually has something for us. Hello, Sir Richard. Yeah, this term has been... It really has been a journey. And a journey in suffering. I've gained some knowledge, mostly in physics. But really... I wouldn't call it useful knowledge of physics. It doesn't exactly... It helps me because I'm part of the general population of people that should care about it. It doesn't help, like, cutting-edge research into physics or anything. It doesn't do that. Speaking of items, we should make sure we equip shields. And we can go ahead and do some of these other checks as well. Okay, now would be a good time to update this. And we're going to go clear out our rupees just a little bit. We don't want to completely... Actually, we do want to completely clear them out at least once. And the reasoning for that is the guardhouse could have like a 200 rupee in it. Alright. Let's go back and get some stuff. We're gonna, you know, speed this up. We're gonna speed it up a lot. All right. Yeah, I know we haven't even done the Malin check yet, but we will. Alright, and now she'll drop every single one of these pots. And I'll record stuff I get at the end. But yeah, that's kind of been my school term. You know, has anyone... And I guess this can be an engagement question. But, anyone else had a journey in suffering? We've gotten the Minuet of Forest, which I will record at the end, like I said I would. Where... How do I word this? You know, everything for like a solid 4 to 6 months was just super stressful. You didn't know when the end was going to be in sight. You did your best to try to tolerate it, to withstand it, to, you know, deal with what was happening in a healthy way. And being unable to do so for a long period of time, like I said, like an exquisite lesson in suffering. Anyone ever have a time like that in their lives? Sometimes it happens to us. It's okay if it does. The more important thing is learning from events like that in your life. And not letting them overtake you. And know that even if you are overtaken, it's part of the... It's part of... And this is where I'm delving into the spiritual here. I sort of believe that these things are meant to happen for a reason. And sometimes life is too much. You know, I am a Christian, so... Of course, that's where my mind is gonna go, but, I'm of the mindset that, the Lord is not there to protect you from getting too much on your plate. He's not there to say that you'll never have burdens. That is for the afterlife. That is for the likes of angels and human spirits. It is not for the likes of mortal human beings. We grow in adversity. We grow in struggle. We learn because we've experienced hardship. And not just hardship for hardship's sake, but hardship because that's just kind of how things were. That's how it worked. That's how the system works. Hardship because the technology isn't there to make things convenient or easier. That sort of thing. I believe we've gotten all the pots out of here except the ones up at the very front and the ones sitting on top of the railing, like partitions, partial partitions, something along those lines. What do we have? Bombs. Okay, we have bombs. And we got slingshot. What the heck? I guess we have, like, all the major items in here, so we're gonna, just start tracking these things. Of course, we have the Master Sword. I don't know why this is here. There's no reason for you not to have the Master Sword. If there is, I'd love to see a setting like that. Don't have any upgrades. It's just bombs. We got 20 there. Gotta be careful I haven't accidentally gotten other stuff. And we've gotten Minuet of Forest, which I believe is this one here. Yeah, I definitely didn't have it as difficult as some people. I'm also probably not the only student ever in existence to have difficulties like that. But I think the thing that makes me different and puts me in like a really small subsection of people is my neurodivergence. That puts me in a much smaller camp of people. Nothing wrong with that, and I'm not the only person who's in that camp either. It's not a camp of one. It's not a discrete subset or anything. Just, we are going to empty out... I'd say about that many, rupees. I've learned a lot. I've also, unfortunately, as a side effect, my heart is more hardened than it was. I don't warm up as easy to people anymore because I'm wary of having that trust broken. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's specifically when I have to work with people that I'm going to be a little bit more apprehensive now. And I'm going to have to look out for myself. Boy, that sure didn't take long. Thanks, emulator. Yep, I have no problem going to the castle for you. You filled up my wallet. Go ahead and use your slingshot. Grab these rupees. And call it a day. We don't have a weird egg. That's been shuffled independently of the trade quest, so we can just speed this up now. And now we're going to go into these shops first. And then after that, we'll play the mini-games. Yay! I love a good mini-game. Oh, hello. Ocarina C-Up? Yes, please. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about. It's just kind of like random, kind of whatever. Oh, hello, Din's Fire. Too bad I can't get you. I mean, not that we could use you, but... Don't want to be purchasing things yet. I got 2 mini games to play. I don't know if I can think of too much. My personal life is kind of whatever. You know, I'm kind of in the same place where I am, you know, I'm still playing with my friends every 2 Saturdays or so. Still rolling dice and having a good time. And I'm about to... Wow. Repeating child is really bad. Really bad. Still hang out with my friends. I'm part of the DAVA now. I'm part of the DAV auxiliary. I am going to join a club by the start of next term, if I can help it. Which may impact my streaming, but we already knew that me coming back into class was going to affect my streaming anyway. You know, I want to try to get my life in the right direction. I'm running out of a lot of time to do that. Just gonna focus for a hot minute. I so love having a... And unfortunately for me, I do have to actually go and get some money. We need 40 rupees to be exact. Why do I say 40? It'll become apparent. I'm just kidding. It's so that we can play 2 rounds of the bomb chew bowling minigame. Assuming we don't need bomb chews for it. Now, if we need bomb chews for the bowling minigame, because bomb chews are expected in Logic and actually have drops and stuff, then that's a problem. Oh, wait. That's not going to be 20 rupees the first time. I think afterwards it will be, but... Oh, yeah, these are wonder items. Let's see if these are now normal wonder items. Because if not, oh, that's going to be problematic. Very problematic. Yeah, it sure is. Okay. Works for me. Also, as you can see, my taskbar at the bottom is fairly bloated. Super bloaty. 'Tis fine, I suppose. Could be worse. Oh, hello, there are different wonder items during the day. I didn't know that. I didn't know they were gated that way. Oh, I can't play any more bowling, guys. Got the nice number. And our bomb chews make cuckoo noises. These side ones I've never particularly liked that well. Because getting the angling is super rough. Never mind the cuckoo getting in the way. Like what nearly happened right there. And we're just going to now use a new technique I've discovered. New as in like within the last 4 to 6 months. Yeah, turns out if you hold a bomb chew and let it blow up in your face and you're lined up with the hole, you just automatically are put in the right direction. It doesn't really work except in, you know, Randomizer or in vanilla. Oh, Bo. You know what? I'll take Bo being here. And I'm a very broke boy right now. In an unrelated matter, of course. I'm broke. And Tears of the Kingdom came out. Like Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. And I super want to play it. My sibling has a copy of it. But of course I'd like a copy of it for myself. So that I can play it. In regard to that. Tears of the Kingdom is something I want to bring to Twitch. That is something I think would do relatively well on Twitch. We're going to go ahead and check mark that we've got that bow. Which is good. That enables a whole bunch of extra checks for us. Now, we're not going to go do those checks yet. We're still in Child, and we have a lot more checks we can actually make. Like these ones up here, which I didn't know were wonder items. Nice, nice. And we are completely filled out on... we're completely filled out in our wallet, which we don't want. We're gonna go try to spend some rupees. Hopefully some place is selling Deku Seeds. Great, good. And we'll buy 3 sticks. I like to carry about 30, 40 rupees, somewhere in that range. Especially as Child, because there just are so many different checks you can make. Trying to think of where I can go. We don't have the ability to break up any beehives yet. So right now, we're kind of stuck. Well, I shouldn't say we're stuck, but definitely gonna have issues figuring out where we want to go. I guess what I want to do is head over to Kakariko Village in the daytime, go talk to Anju, because I have her Kuko check set to 0. Because I don't care about hurling random Kukos into a pen. I've done that too many times. Oh, the Kukos have the sound of the pots breaking. Interesting. Just graveyard. I think I came... Yeah, I came here to do a check. Which we're going to do right now. Yes, I already have the magic beans planted, because that's a journey we don't want to take either. If I'm going to do this for entertainment, then I want to make sure we're not wasting our time on trivial stuff. Big pose, just capture one and we're fine. Yeah, like the big pose as adult where you turn them into the Poe collector. Yeah, you only do that once. And then you're good. You're good to go. Or, you know, Kuko's in the pen being 0. 1 torch to get into Shadow Temple, etc., etc. I don't like to waste people's time with checking random spots or doing random things that don't contribute to us getting an item. At least not directly anyway. Oh, we're about due for a break. It's 6 o'clock. I do not know if dinner is ready. If dinner ain't ready, I'm gonna have to figure out what else to do, but... Yep. These pots are different as a child. I thought that would be what would happen. Also, how many Skulltula tokens do we have? I think we have 8 or 9. We have 9. So now that time is standing still, I'm going to go take a bigger break, about 8 to 10 minutes. So I'm going to play a 3-minute ad for that duration, for the duration of the break. When we come back, we're going to go out. Oh, before that, we're going to get that wonder item. But we'll soon be speeding up the game so it becomes nighttime so we can get these other checks. I will see you guys at the end of the 8 to 10 minute break. Please go take this time to go take care of yourselves and do what you gotta do. And I'll see you after the content break. I am back. So sorry about that. Incidentally, I think I've just about hit the mark this time. Hopefully the pot shattering sound hasn't been too annoying. Now we're going to go and make it night by speeding up the game. How'd everyone enjoy their break? I had to... unfortunately, dinner was not ready when I was expecting it. That's nobody's fault, just... it's how the cookie crumbled. And because of that, I don't have dinner plated. Sadness. But I will get over it. That just means that the food will be sitting on the stove, covered up, and I can get it later. Not the biggest deal in the world. Also, oh, that wonder item is available. Good. We could get that later. Or we could get it now. Excuse me. Might as well get it now. Nice. We're gonna use ammunition. It's a little more expendable. If'n you don't mind, game. But I had a nice stretch break. I certainly don't mind, you know, having to take 10 minutes for one. I think I was about 10 minutes, maybe 1 minute over, which is fairly surprising because I usually fail on the time checks for those breaks by about a minute or two, sometimes up to 5 minutes, usually no more than that. If I fail more beyond that, it's because I've needed to talk to someone, or I had things I had to do like right there on the spot, and you know, I can't really account for that. I wish I could. I wish I could account for stuff like that, but life would be easier if I were prescient. Like an oracle, a seer. Life would be much easier for me if I could just predict it. And predict it reliably. If I'm capable of predicting things, it's because I know the facts and nothing else. We're just gonna accept the fact that we don't... What on earth is that? Oh, it's a green rupee. Okay. Just gotta accept the fact that I often don't have a functioning barometer when it comes to the future. I can make informed guesses, but informed guesses are the best I have. Hey, 10 tokens. 10 tokens. Nice. Let's go see what the first reward is. And we might as well check what the Skulltile rewards are now. As I generally try to plan around which rewards are worth making a pit stop for, and which ones aren't. The curse has been broken. Garbage. Thanks for checking in, but you're still a piece of garbage. Blue rupee for 20. Blue rupee for 40. Blue rupee for 30. Oh for 4. Yeah, 0 out of 5. Need a hitter. Nope. Garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. I don't have to come back in here at all because we got the 50 rupee reward, which is like a quarter of what we get otherwise. Yay. Did we ever get that wonder item? I think we did. We did get it. Okay. Good stuff. And we got the Skulltula during the day. I often talk myself through what's happening on screen, so I know what I'm doing. Bloopy. And now, what we're going to do is empty your wallet. I'd say about 40-50 rupees worth. and move on with our lives. Why? Because I need it somewhat empty for later. And we'll want to replace this with those items. As the next place we're going is, actually, I'm missing one other thing, and that's bombs. We need to go back and go over to the ranch at night. There we go. Now we'll go and grab these items. I love the second I learned about like R dropping or Z dropping like shields. Nice pot smash. When I learned about that, I'm like, wow, that helps my randomizer runs so much. And like just any kind of hack I play, I do want to bring Ocarina of Time platformer like hacks. I think that's something else we could do. Sealed Palace and like Indigo Chapter 2 are both great. And then we could follow it up with Master of Time and the Nimpies after that. Oh, yeah. I love Ocarina of Time. Like, it's a very nice game once you get past vanilla, and you can like mix it up, make it chocolate, make it marbled. It's great. It's great. It's great. I guess we need to replace our bottle of bugs with Deku Nuts, and we also need to kill all the Gwei that are here. Why? Because enemy drops. Isn't that nice? We have enemy drops. I don't think so. So many items. Yeah, Lon Lon Ranch turned from like, okay, there's a few interesting things here, to, oh my god, there's a smorgasbord of rupees and heart pieces and potential items. When all the Gwei can potentially drop something, you know you're in for a good time. Nice. We went. It doesn't make the usual chime though, because I guess the enemy drop goes right into inventory, which is, oh well, it just drops at your feet instead of anywhere else. But bomb chews, yay! We got bomb chews out of this. Good. Good. Bomb chews are a lot better at certain things in Ocarina. Stopping Metagoron is one of them. There are some puzzles that do straight up require bomb chews in Master Quest to pass by. They're a nice item. I just wish they were made better use of in vanilla instead of being like basically a beta item that they didn't ever get rid of. They definitely could have thought about bomb chews more. I think they did think about them more in like Majora's Mask, but maybe not that much. Were bomb chews now I'm like questioning my memory. How many more Gwei do we have to check? I guess we're gonna replace our bombs with sticks. Okay. And then I suppose some of the other things we can do are go into the, you know, the silo with the cows and grab the item behind the crawl space. And we could definitely go behind the crawl space. We can also go into... No, you already went to Malon's room. So actually, like, the Gwei and the pots that are here are the kind of the last things we could kind of do for a while. Yes, I know, Deku Tree and all that. Alright. Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's all the Gwei. All of them. Great. Normally you could hear their incessant flapping. This time, not so much. I look forward to being able to do things for you guys over the summer in terms of content. I'm hoping we can get done. With days like this, you know, we're not getting done with anything, but I hope eventually we can either get much closer to having ER being done. We're already about 45-50% of the way through it. We're making good progress, as long as stuff doesn't change too much. And Mass Effect, we kind of just got our start, but Mass Effect's going to go by a lot quicker, on average. There's less grinding, there's... like, you can't really grind in 1 and 2. You can kind of grind in 3, but grinding in 3 is kind of limited. Then we're going to go back and play through, again, but in chocolate this time. So I plan on bringing you guys a lot of content, and as far as like the Discord or Patreon exclusive stuff, I will eventually put that stuff on YouTube, but I'm gonna like make it out like a month or like 3 weeks out in advance and then start from there. So that, you know, there's actual exclusivity and not just, I'm gonna wait a week and it'll be out. No. I actually want that Patreon reward to mean something. I want that coffee reward to mean something. I would like the benefits that I dish out to mean something. Speaking of which, I do want to take an opportunity and just thank everybody for stopping by and listening to me, or, you know, having me on in your background. Lurkers make up the good backbone of any stream. No stream exists without them. Or other people for that matter. Just thank you in general. If you want to get more bang out of your buck for the content, and you already have Amazon Prime, you know, Twitch Prime, if using your Twitch Prime sub on me gets you into my Discord, it gets you 6 emotes made by Amelia Harper, or Elite Graphic Services, I guess would be the company name. Trying to think if I'm trying to remember if there were any wonder items over here. I don't think so. But we do have to kill the P-Hat. That's something we now have to do. Nice. I guess we're replacing our setup with bombs. Yeah, I just want to thank people for, you know, being here, for listening. I do have like content rewards. If you follow, if you sub, you can get some good stuff. I highly recommend the tier 1, because once you get past Twitch Prime, which gets you into my Discord, and that's a one-time thing, at least a tier 1 sub will allow you to vote on game content. So, with the Mass Effect series, a couple of subs voted on it, and that's what we decided to play. My options were between that and, say, Capital Punishment, or having just a second stream day of Elden Ring Reforged. Mass Effect was what was voted, what was the write-in choice. If you want to write in stuff, if you want to decide on long-form content, like if you want to be part of the Discord exclusive crowd, getting into the Discord And with at least a tier 1, we'll let you vote on the long form content that I produce. If you want to see anything that isn't about the length of Blasphemous or a similar game as like a long form guide based on the stuff we've played on Twitch, you can write that in under content suggestions. I want to make sure you guys are getting everything that you want when you sub or you become someone's patron. Granted, controlling like content pacing doesn't exactly mean a whole bunch. These days you kind of have to have like merch, or you gotta have just so much stuff. And you gotta work at it for years to get anywhere. But at least I have the... I don't know why I went here other than this crate and this check with the beans, with the soil patch. Thank you. I was like, surely you're gonna let me catch this bug. But I got some general plans. I think you guys are gonna like what I have to put on offer. Right, this is a way to get back to Kakariko Village, I think, and not good for much else. Yep, sure enough, that's what was happening. Did we get any new items? Yeah, I suppose I should mark we got bomb shoes, huh? And we've got the slingshot and all that fun stuff. And then I know we got the... Yeah, we got one Skulltula. We're good. We're good. We got it. Yay. Trying to think if there was anything else. So, how are you guys getting along? Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Productive. Productive. Worth your time to be productive for the day. You're not just lying in bed, sick, or this, that, or the other. I really hope your day is going well. And know that if you need a listener, I've got your back. I'll listen. If you want just someone to say, yes, Whisperer1, or yes, user so-and-so, I understand. I'm sorry you're having a rough time of it, and I hope you get to feeling better, or that whatever is troubling you goes to pass, or is resolved. I will be that person for you. I am that person for many people in my family. I'm the listener. I am the someone who gives everyone that voice, because we all need it. Of course, that often leaves me very little room to focus on my own needs, but I always try to do my best to take care of myself. And I know everyone else is doing the same, but we all need a guardian angel or a garbage truck eventually. We all need someone to take care of us at some point. Because we're human. We age. We grow old. We die. We get incontinence. We have to have a hip replaced. We get Crohn's. A number of things. A number of things can happen. Just not collect that. Say we did. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am getting a grotto. I am unlocking the contents of a grotto. And it's good to know that there are lots of wonder items that we can go and collect. And I try not to make people listening to me on like live. I try not to make them my listener. But sometimes you have to, life is a delicate balance. You're constantly trying to make sure certain interests are appeased, other interests are staved or warded off, and some interests you stand up to or don't get involved with. And by interests, I mean people. Or events. You do your best to find a balance between trying to resolve matters for yourself and asking for help. It's hard to walk that line. And it's just kind of something we have to do as human beings. There's nothing else for it. Okay, so now we got a whole bunch of wonder items to get. Do my best to get all of them. No guarantees on this. And you wonder why you get all these rupees? Yeah, you got it. They're all wonder items. Speaking of which, there's no wonder item there. That's good. I would have been really, really worried if there was. So many wonder items. I wish there were different twinklies for letting you know that there's actually something important in the wonder item. I imagine that's really complicated C code and probably not very worth the time to do. But if it were possible, I would love that. We're going to grab this. It would certainly be nice if we could do that. Okay, then we're gonna go and grab items up this side of Zora's River, and then we're going to glitch into Zora's domain. Nice. We also still have the Octoroks and Tektites to kill, because they too will drop items. Speaking of which, that's probably a good time for us to go back to the entrance to Zora's domain and get that Skulltula that happens to be right there. Which only shows up at night, I might add. Was that a Kuka that just flew up? Thinking flew up. Goodness. Coin is getting worse with speech every single day. Alright, and now we start looking for... We're gonna start trying to kill some enemies. I would like to get some Deku Seeds at some point. Probably not gonna happen. We're gonna do our best anyway to get them. What drop do you have? Ah, we just get the drop. That's even better. That's even better. I love getting drops foisted onto me for free. 12. Nice, nice. Then we got 2 Tektites we can kill for sweet loot. Hopefully. Hopefully sweet loot. Just gotta wait for them to come this way. Come on, Sir Tektite. Thank you. Oh, we got magic beans we don't need because we've already got them planted. The pack of magic beans is mostly just there for completion. Nice. I still like to collect them, if only so I know we've completed the, you know, we actually have 100%, and for no other reason. Was there a wonder item up here? No. I thought there was one, but there was not. And I think that covers all the wonder items this way. Hello, Sir Octorok. Goodbye, Sir Octorok. Alright, let's go grab that Kuko and see what the Zora shop has. That's the first thing I want to do. Because, oh my god, we lost so many potential, like, free rupees. For what? No particular reason. None whatsoever. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do something like this. Yay! And then the only thing people are seeing is like, instead of seeing like a black desktop, it's like a background of sorts. I think this will be just fine for our purposes. I'm glad that Baronade, if there's an item tracker that I recommend, it is Baronade's. I just wish it were compatible with Devrreal. Like, now that you can, like, you know, separate the Ocarina button inputs, I would love a tracker for that. But I imagine that's, like, really super new. There's a reason they're test forks, after all. I imagine they're really quite new, and no one would know how to put a tracker in for that yet. I just blanked on what I wanted to say. Yeah, I'm blanking hard now. So, what do you guys think about everything that has transpired in our chat? You know, the tales that I have regaled you with. I'm gonna buy these. Yay, we've completely emptied our wallet for free. I'm not asking, you know, do you pity me or anything like that. I'm eagerly curious about what people have thoughts about. Like between my college stuff or anything else like that. And I promise, I'm not just trying to be a self-aggrandizing ass. I'm really not. I don't know any other way to put that. Are there wonder items in here? I could have swore there were, but I don't think there are. Because those bubbles are Zora's, not anything else. Hello, Sir Zora. We also have the Lost Woods that we can basically check out as well as child. There's a lot of stuff we can still do, which is why I'm not, can't stop for a second. I gotta roll to make up lost time. That's why I'm not rushing to do dungeons or anything, because there's still so much we can do before we have to consider checking the dungeons. Granted, some dungeons have a lot of items. Dodongo's Cavern in particular is a really good dungeon to check. However, I prefer to check Dodongo's Cavern as adult, because there are several kinds of shortcuts you can take that are only available as adult, and they're not available as child. But I will check it as child if I've got Boomerang. If I've got the Boomerang, and, you know, bombs, then I'll at least check it. I think I said the same thing twice. And we're really fortunate we just gathered rupees for this. I wish these could be thrown into the pool and randomized. Instead of just being a contrivance for a single item, I like the opportunity for 6 the first time. It would also reward people who actually farmed rupees prior to talking to the Zora. From what I understand, there are a lot of things you can actually randomize, but it's just not worth the playtime to do. It's really kind of up to individual developers who maintain separate forks to consider those things. There is a suggestions thread on the Randomizer Discord that you can use, but most things have probably already been considered, and that's just kind of the truth of it. And there's nothing for it. Please, I don't think I grabbed the item. I'm glad I did not do that. That would have reset our progress, and we would have had to talk to you again. Man, you know, you should be all pinky, and you should have, like, spade shapes all over your body. That is a really freaking weird scale, Mrs. Zora, whichever one you happen to be. Mr., Mrs., Miss. I've been offered Skulltula tokens and rupees, and I'm thinking here in the back of my mind, like, wow, so those are scales of your people? I didn't know. You know, the coloration doesn't make me, you know, think that that's what you look like, or, you know, the coloration doesn't suggest that. It suggests your scales are fishy and, you know, not. I could check Jabu Jabu right now if I dump our bugs, but we're not ready for that yet. One more thing we gotta check while we're here, and that is this tree. Bombs. We're gonna blow this up and prepare for when we get the ocarina. Lucky that one is not child specific. Really, there's only like one Great Fairy that is child specific, and that is the one inside Hyrule, the Hyrule Castle not courtyard. I'm mixing up Sealed Palace stuff. But like just outside Hyrule Castle, there's a tunnel that you blow up a rock for, and you enter the crawl space as a kid, and it takes you to the fairy fountain. I think that's the only one that's like that. Alright, where next? We have not technically fished as a child yet. I think our next order of business is to go over to Lake Hylia. Nice. We're running very low on materials, but killing these, you know, killing these P-hats is kind of a necessity. That's right. You know, if you're gonna, like, be difficult to hit, then you could take a bomb to the face. 3 explosions for a P-hat. Never mind that I don't really have any seeds left over. And there's one floating in the air that I can't do anything about. So we're kind of stuck, really. At least in terms of killing P-hats anyway. Nice. Where do we go? Yeah, Lake Hylia seems as good a place as any. Along with opening up this grotto. You know, this is one of the problems I run into with a randomizer. It's like, yeah, Steven enjoys it, but there's not a whole bunch of commentary going on. I really have to think of things to talk about. And I know a lot of the stuff I say is boring. I could sit here and do the whole singing and dancing bit, or I can try to find something else to do, but I'm not very good at delivering funny stuff. I've mentioned before, people laugh at me. I do not make people laugh. People laugh at me. And that is how I make content. I just react to things genuinely, you know, as myself. And I guess my reactions are just ludicrous enough to make people laugh. What can I say? I feel sad because if I had if I didn't have the inhibitions that I do now, I probably would really know how to make people laugh. I would probably also make some people really upset with me, because I would probably say really dumb, stupid stuff that would get people offended. And offended in the, wow, is this guy a self-aggrandizing jerk or what? And as a child, I was occasionally a racist person when I made jokes. Just didn't know better. I didn't think much of what I said at the time. It was never like the N-word or anything, but I still said things that were not necessarily true about people. And you learn from that as a kid. You'll learn from it if you're called out on it. And you change. And I don't do that stuff. I get real upset when people do it. Because racism just has no place in 2023. Or really any time in human history ever. And the only reason it has a place is because people were, you know, stupid, didn't know better, didn't value their common man, their fellow man like they were supposed to. Treated people like chattel. Or like cattle. Worthless. It's really where a lot of the racism stems from, is when you think about it. You have people who devalue others either because of an inferiority complex they possess, or they don't value others because they have some deep-seated belief that they're somehow better. They're somehow better. They don't have to answer to anyone. They can do no wrong. They think they are a gift from God themselves. Those kinds of people are a gift from the devil themselves. I don't know if they're a gift from God, but they are a gift from the devil. Something I have to consider in great detail is, I often have to think about, being really careful. There are Satanists out there who are really nice people, and they mean well. And they do more work than some people who choose to proselytize in the Lord's name and just, you know, share faith where it is not wanted. Who do things just to make themselves look good. I am not one of those people, although I care about perception a great deal. I still value deeds over words. And if it's right, if you're doing the right thing for humanity, then you're doing a right thing for God. You were doing the right thing because you are giving your fellow man what they are due. There's nothing wrong with that. There really, really isn't. Hello, good sir. Yes, I too would like to fish. My kingdom for fish. My kingdom for a non-BS fishing minigame. That's what I really want. Hopefully, the fish will bite. It shouldn't be too bad in vanilla. There we go. See? Non-problem. I believe the fish is like 8 and 10 pounds. I think in vanilla it could get something like up to 17.5 or 18 pounds as adult. Never mind the loach. Alright, and now you, sir, get to empty my wallet. I love how the only thing this guy does is sits there, bats his head, and like shakes it while he's also scratching his underarm, like his pits. Good lord. Games were simple in the 90s, as it turns out, and that isn't necessarily a good thing. Simple does not equal good. Simple is simple. Intricate and complicated is intricate and complicated. There ain't anything else to say besides that. Oh, right. Right. We have an owl warp to take. Why are we... I don't know why I'm going back here. Except because I'm a loon who doesn't know what he's doing. Alright. Let's see where this warp takes us. This warp, for those who don't know, normally takes you back to the front of Hyrule Castle, like in front of the gate, the castle gates. Oh, we got a good one. This one takes us back to Kakariko. We're not gonna go to Kokiri Forest. Not much left for us to do, quite honestly. And what we actually want to do is wait for it to be nighttime again. The reason is simply for nighttime Skulltula, and for no other reason. And we already got this check as an adult, excuse me. Yay! Adult wallet. I think there's some stuff we could buy for, we can buy Goron Tunic now. If we so desired. 50 rupees. Not bad. Not bad at all. We checked these chests as adult. I remember. Too bad I did not remember good enough. Okay, up here. And back like that. Beautiful. Oh, we need to report that we've got an upgrade in here. Where is it? It's here. And here. Well, you know what, Skulltula? You thought you were getting out of this, but you were not. Beautiful. Now we don't have to be quite so cautious about our rupees. We can gather them up a bit more. How are people enjoying the randomizer action so far? I realize it's like kind of boring because you're just you know, you're just gathering loose items. We're not going into dungeons. There's a wide range of just stuff you can find that doesn't contribute to progress. But I want to show people this is what I like to do in my spare time. This is what I like to do in my spare time. It's really relaxing for me. I think I put a tweet out about this saying, hey, you know, Steven's gonna stream a game of his choice. And I love Mass Effect. And I love Elden Ring. And I would have loved Blasphemous if he were still playing it. But the stuff that really gets me to relax, and I can just play this for hours and hours and hours, is this. Because you never quite know what you're going to find as you play. You never know what you're going to find. You never know what... Well, I mean, you know what you're going to find, but you don't know the order. You don't know the order in which these things are going to occur. Where you're... You know, when are you going to find the adult wallet? I don't know. Did you check this obscure thing? If you didn't, you better go do it. I've had to crack open the, you know, spoiler file more often than I care to admit. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look, this, you wouldn't think, most people don't experience this wonder item check. It's normally a blue rupee. It doesn't mean much. But with an item associated with it, it now means a lot more. Oh, we got a second bottle. It is a blue potion. Oh, and I guess we should report we've got magic beans. And that's either on or it's off. But this is the kind of stuff that makes me relaxed. Because it's just... Where am I going? What am I doing? Where am I going next? What item have I not gathered yet? Which puzzle? Which collection of silver rupees have I not solved yet? I believe we also got the silver scale. So I want to make sure we've gathered that. It's kind of like, how do I describe this? Has anyone ever actually taken a class or, you know, watched someone teach someone else how to pick a lock, and you're there just so you know how to pick the lock? You're there in case you ever need to use that knowledge. You're not there to actually learn how to break into people's homes or anything of the sort. You are there just for survival. That's what I like. I'm not interested in the uber technical plays. I'm not interested in we're going to spend our rupees just a little bit. We're not here, or I'm not here, to speed run and wrong warp. I'm there to do like the occasional cool trick that lets me get an item that I wasn't intended to get until much later. My seeds are always beatable, even if I have to do something random to get it. They are beatable. What am I trying to say next? Also, we need to go back and get that Skulltula. I never actually check the logic that says, hey, you know, you should be expected to use these tricks. I don't want to do that. That's a little too much fuss. All I want to do is occasionally sequence break in a very minor way in a randomizer, and I am perfectly okay doing everything glitchless and checking every stone. I'm okay with stuff like that. The point is just the knowledge of picking the lock. Like, slowly, steadily picking the lock. And, slowly unlocking more and more stuff to do in the randomizer. So we're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to pick right back up where we left off. Because I subjected you guys to a 3-minute ad for a 10-minute break, this time I'm only going to do a 30-second ad. I don't think it makes much difference in the grand scheme of things. Is there noise at night? There is. However faint it might be. It is Jabu Jabu's belly. That's the ambience. So I'm going to leave you with this rather disturbing soundtrack. And when we return, we're going to see how many more checks we could do as child. See you after the commercial break. I'm back. So sorry. So sorry about that. Let's continue. Everyone have a good break. I sure hope so. I also had a good break, and I am now ready. I think I somehow managed to do this, to plate dinner within 5 minutes. I'm kind of pleased with myself. And I plated it in 5 minutes. I didn't saran wrap it or anything. I put it in the microwave and just kind of let it sit and stew, but I'm more than happy that that I plated dinner and got back mostly on time. Anyone else having dinner at about this time? It is 7:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, I'm not having dinner right now, but I am going to be having dinner at around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we don't have any slingshot stuff. Yay. We don't have an ocarina either. Oh, please let there be, like, Deku seeds. There are not. Unfortunate. We're going to have to try to get some, hopefully in Goron City. Hopefully in Goron City. Also, we can now get a fish. We could trade our blue potion for a fish. And I believe our protagonist is silent for both child and adult. It is weird to have both be silent. Usually I get half and half when they're silent like this. But, I'll take both being silent. What do I want to do? I think, no, I did in fact get that. So the soil patches we're going to have left mostly pertain to the desert. There's a single soil patch in the desert and 2 in the mountain. One is in the crater, the other is in one's in the crater, one is at the entrance to Dodongo's cavern. All right. That should be about as much of that as we're going to carry. That is not good. Right room, wrong spot. Tonight's dinner for me is chicken and rice, and then tomatoes, okra, and corn, all mixed together in a single plate. And I'm talking like canned tomatoes, okra, and corn. You can get combo vegetable cans like that in the US. They're like about $1.50, $2, depending on you know, how exactly you buy them. Maybe a little bit more or less than that. And I'm looking forward to it. It's not a super expensive meal. It's pretty simple, yet effective. Simple yet effective. That's usually what I want meals to be when I'm by myself. And if I want them fancy, then it's because the time is significant. Like, the moment in history is significant. Yeah, if you can space it out right, you can hit both of these in the grotto with a single Deku Nut. Nice. Unfortunate. And without sticks or Deku Seeds, we can't do the other checks in here. So we're going to see if there are purchasable sticks or nuts while we're here. There are not. Running out of places we can check. I think what we have left mostly pertains to the mountains. Yeah, it's mostly like Goron City and like the mountains. And there shouldn't be other checks after that. Oh, we can also get Din's Fire. Let's do that right now. Okay. Now, with the Deku Sticks, we're gonna actually go up Death Mountain this way. And that is one of the downsides of, like, using your emulator to go super fast in these places, is that sometimes you don't go fast at all because you undo your progress. Sometimes you undo your progress. And for those who, I guess, might have been wondering, I just rubbed my nose, or I wasn't doing anything nefarious behind the scenes, I promise. Hello, Sir Tektite. Now we have to actually kill every single Tektite that stands in our way. I believe we can handle that. Yes, Navi, I know. For like the upteenth time, we need to go to the Deku Tree. Trust me, I know. We're not ready to do that yet. We're lacking, like, critical essentials that we need to avoid doubling back in a dungeon. We need an ocarina. We need a boomerang. Like, it's just sitting there listing out everything that, you know, is required of him to possess on the adventure, and Navi is just having none of it. Hey, I'm still tuned for vanilla. I'm still tuned for vanilla. I still have to tell you to go do this thing, in this specific order. If there were a way to silence Navi, I would, you know, except by use of Serious Song, I would love that. Because Serious Song is how you can force Navi hint dialogue. Honestly, you could just use that. Like, I guess before you have the ocarina, okay, you need the occasional prompt. I get it. But once you actually have the ocarina and you have Serious Song, you don't need it. You don't need her hovering over your shoulder telling you to be brave when you already know what you gotta do and you're in a randomizer. Like, that is... like, there should just be a randomizer option. I'm surprised that that hasn't been discussed as, like, a randomizer suggestion. I might float the idea in the randomizer Discord myself and see if it gains any traction. I would be genuinely curious if I got any kind of traction with that. Alright, up here then. Ah yes, usually these places are smorgasbords of items. But alas, It looks like it's just Rupee City. Yep, that's exactly what it is. It's Rupee City. We're going to need to equip the Deku Shield. I actually have a pretty cool trick that I use in order to get through these kinds of sections. You think that the burning rocks would actually take out the shield, but the burning rocks don't. Apparently when you block, that doesn't take out the shield. Hello, Sir Skulltula. I actually have a reason to kill you. Yay! I guess when you're cheering on murder. Oh, YouTube algorithm, if this goes up as a VOD, which I guarantee you it will, may the algorithm be kind and merciful, knowing that I'm not using the word seriously to harm another human being. Please don't go out. I just have to say it for posterity. If you're thinking about going out and murdering someone, you're already kind of not here. You're not here in Twitch, and no, you're not that fake person. You're not that fake person who left up a recording of themselves. There's a case, actually, where someone went and I believe either murdered their fiance or, like, their divorced ex-wife. Was one of those two things, and essentially they, you know, like, ran a rerun on Twitch. And they just let that record. Like, they recorded in advance and everything. Made some faulty notices about, you know, needing to be somewhere else and needing to record things ahead of time as, like, a rerun or premiere. And, during that time interval, they went out and murdered someone. And it took the police quite a while to catch them. But they were able to catch them. We got the water tune. Good. How many other... Have we gotten anything else? Oh, I need to mark Din's Fire as well. There we go. Then we're going to go in the order of go talk to a Deku Scrub, a business scrub, grab some money, probably get money. The Hyrule Castle sneak section music. Brilliant. I like turning on the random music. It makes some things ultra intense for no reason, and some things stupid, like a stupid amount of hilarious all at the same time. Like, this is the case where I don't think the section is going to take itself very seriously, and that's the kind of stuff that makes me laugh. Like, internally. When I heard some of these combinations for the first time... Okay. We're going to attempt to gain a heart for shield drops. Well... If you wanted to know how to get a... I'm not sure why my throat is... Or why the back of my throat is particularly itchy. Can't be drinking for too long. Also, I believe that just contains a gossip stone. We will have to go through. Ah, I forgot. That stuff is swapped between adult and child. Okay. All right, Sir Owl. Where are you gonna take me? Lake Hylia. Alright, now we're gonna go back and go do the slingshot check. And hopefully everything will be all hunky-dory. I'm still surprised that... Well, I really shouldn't be surprised. I've had instances where none of the shopkeepers actually had useful items on hand in the shop. I've actually had an instance where none of them had Deku seeds. It was all like random potions and stuff. And I was I was suffering. I really needed a way to I really needed a way to empty my wallet. When you can only buy potions as fast as you can chug them, that's really very annoying. That's super annoying. How many Deku sticks do I have? 4? That's enough to do the grotto, I think. That should definitely be enough to do the hidden forest grotto. Trying to remember. Now that I'm thinking about it, are bomb chews capable of like shattering beehives? I remember reading somewhere that like a well-placed thrown bomb can actually break a beehive. I do not remember though. It's been like 3 months and I've already forgotten that material since then. Alright, I can go as far as checking this grotto, and then I have to get back out. Nice. Alright, now we do the same thing for this one. And then we don't have to worry about using sticks too much. Nice. Let's replace this with Deku Nuts. Now, if I recall correctly, I think we've been in here... No, we actually have not. We have not been in here. Thank you. Deku Seeds are... I have a full satchel of them now. Oh, come on. Sure, I guess. Sorry for the silence. I am just kind of trying to think about things I can talk about. Like I said, I run into this problem sometimes where my throat is getting sore. So I'm disincentivized from talking on that alone. Then additionally, I am not quite back up to full form for streaming yet, if I'm being honest. But I don't want to wait, you know... That could be a whole month before I'm in full form for streaming, and that is unacceptable. I don't think you guys should have to put up with me waiting until I get my mind unscrewed, which could take like a year. Maybe you guys might actually be able to help with that, and I would never know. I would never know. I'm not trying to say Twitch chat is like my therapist or anything. But if I get therapy out of it, it's a bonus. It's a nice bonus. We picked up Zelda's Lullaby. Which is this one right here. It's that left ear, man. I know it's my throat, but it actually feels more like my left ear. What else? Is that it? I think that might be. We still have some checks we could do before dungeons. We still have some checks. Mostly in Goron City. We've already done everything we can do in Death Mountain without a warp song. We don't even have the full notes for the ocarina, let alone the ocarina itself. So I think our next order of business is to just go to Goron City, see what we can unlock. And if we don't get anything by that point, then we can go through and, you know, start with the Deku Tree. And then we can go to, like, Jabu Jabu's belly, see if we can get anything out of that. We can get at least a few doors. And I have some tricks for being able to do some of the rooms without, like, the Lens of Truth. What do you have for sale, good sir? A whole lot of nada. Although, now that I think about it, we actually cannot afford to empty our wallet because we need to keep some on hand for Metagoron. Although, now that I think about it, we could just kill, like, Skull Children for 200 rupees. And that'll get us, like, the tunic and some other stuff. Yeah, never mind. We're gonna clear out our wallet a little bit. Not a whole bunch, but a little bit. Enough to get some treasure. And not have it feel wasted. Alright. You know, we don't need that much. Unless we find, like, a golden rupee. If we find, like, a gold rupee, or orange rupee, then we're gonna have problems. Okay, I believe we've already grabbed the 3 pots that were here. Yep, sure did. Next order of business is to go over to the rock room and spend like 5 bomb chews to unlock it. See, that's another, and I say that, here's another reason I like these sorts of randomizers. It's very structural. If you have good mastery over the vanilla game, and you don't have to be a speedrunner, you don't have to know glitches, you don't have to know tricks, you can just take the base game as it is, and if you've got a good enough knowledge, and you don't make the seeds more complicated than what you can handle, then it's great. You can set them to be as easy or as difficult as you want. You can even make the randomizer easier than vanilla in some cases. You can structure it pretty close to vanilla as well. You can have it so you have to beat the Deku Tree to get out. You can set it up so that you need the vanilla requirements for a whole bunch of checks. So Rainbow Bridge is normally Shadow and Spirit medallions. No, I think it's all 5. But no, it is. It is Shadow and Spirit. And Spirit Medallion unlocks the light arrows. The 3 spiritual stones unlock the ocarina. And like you can make it so that songs only shuffle amongst other song locations. The randomizer is pretty flexible in that regard, and I like it for that reason. I suppose another thing we're gonna do is actually go bomb Medigoron, stop him from rolling. We're going to do a little bit of emulation magic to get this to where it should be. Hello, good sir. Stopping by. There we go. Oh. Ear itch. Right ear this time. Alright. Then the last thing we can do is go bomb, we can clear out the path to Medigoron's room using entirely bombs. And then we could start dungeons. we have what we need to do the Dodongo's Cavern, but we can do that as adults. And the reason I say we can do it as adults is mainly due to this is not the right place. Mainly due to the fact that as long as we don't have magic, the only thing we have to do as child is to do the torch puzzle on the second floor. And you can do that as child way easier than adult. With adult, you need fire arrows or Din's fire. Either child or adult can use Din's fire to unlock the torch puzzle. And you can use Deku sticks and carefully placed blocks to do the intended solution as a child. I'm strictly talking about the Master Quest puzzle. In vanilla, that room doesn't actually have a torch puzzle. Instead, it is actually a blade trap room. And you've got to carefully navigate it. Alright, and we've unlocked this as child. Good. Hopefully we don't need to bomb it as adult either. That would be awful. Okay. After my mouth was open for entirely too long. We're now ready for the dungeoning. We've got 23 minutes. We can crank out one of these. Trying to think about, yeah, the only soil patch I don't think we've uncovered for, bugs is going to be the one in front of Dodongo's Cavern. We can, like, eliminate that next really quick and go inside and do that torch puzzle. Nice. If we do that now, we're essentially going net neutral on sticks and not doing anything else. So let's not do that. Very nice. I think we can use a stick to clear this out. No, we cannot. Yeah, I was about to say, we actually have good reason for, killing everything in here now, because it can all drop the items we require. So something to note when we are, you know, having the enemy drop randomizer turned on is we cannot kill the Goma eggs before they hatch. We actually have to let them hatch, and then kill them that way. Yeah, because otherwise we don't get their drop. Nice green rupee with mandatory text box. Alright, what do you have? Big quiver. Not a useful item. This also makes some of the enemies, how do I word this? I guess we could kill the Dekubabas with bombs. Although it's very expensive to do. This is super expensive to do. Now, this one. Just going to... I said we're going to kill it. Alright, so doing that only restores Deku Nuts and does not do anything else. That's fine. Really? Did that not work? Wow. That's uberly specific. I did not know that that was so specific, in fact. Lord. Okay, well, I guess it can't be helped. We're going to... This would be the room in which to use your weapons, by the way. Alright, Gomas, show me how much you mean business. Please. Oh, okay. We actually have a broken stick right now, which is really, really good. I don't know why the game thinks we have this, but I'm not going to waste it. Yeah, I'm not gonna let a gift go to waste. Holy crap. Yes, occasionally, sometimes you'll get this broken stick. I don't understand why this happens. It just does. It's really... Oh, and it's gone. It is gone. 'Tis fine. Could be worse. I may have to warp... Well, I actually can't warp back. I was about to say, I don't think we're gonna... Oh, please let this be a boomerang. Please, I'm begging. Dear sweet Jesus, it is Nehru's love. It is Nehru's love. Okay. Could be worse, I guess. We also have the bigger quiver. We have Nehru's love. I think we have... Yeah, we have one more of the tokens. Well, we have a single solitary stick. That'll at least get us something. And we have grass, so we can actually get Deku seeds from the grass. That is at least... No, we cannot, because we cannot, we cannot, pick up grass. I forgot, we don't have Goron Bracelet. Awful. Absolutely awful. We're just gonna reset this place. We can't really proceed without extra items. Like, we just cannot. We gotta come back with, you know, at the very least, Deku Seeds. And we probably want Deku Sticks as well. Which probably means it's time to become an adult. Why might I want to become an adult at this exact time? Well, simply put, it's easier. It is easier to actually get... Oh, hello, we have Deku Nut capacity. We can grind out a lot more shop requirements, or have an easier time with the shop requirements as adult, because we can just kill Skull Children over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Instead of, like, spending hours trying to grind things out repeatedly by jumping across this bridge as a child. It doesn't exactly work that great. You have to do it, like, 3 times. Whereas defeating the Skull Child, you do it in... yeah, you do it in, like, 1. fill up instantly unless it's a giant's wallet. It's great stuff. I'm trying to think of how many. I think I just want to fill up to capacity because we need the tunic. Tunic will open up some stuff for us. Probably gonna do this one more time and then grind up 200 rupees in the graveyard. Grind up to 200 in the graveyard where we actually have a sword and can do things. We can technically glitch out, glitch into the Deku Tree as adult if you've got hover boots. We have iron boots, so we can't be doing that. But that is an option, and if you do that, you can use your hook shot, you can use your bow, but you can't kill the boss. I don't think it has an arrow vulnerability. I think it is just slingshot vulnerability. So you're kind of stuck with do we have? Yes, I know. What about you? And I don't think night market, I don't think the nighttime shop would have it. Actually, yeah, we should probably wait until night. Let's just make sure. Let's be 100% clear that we're not dealing with, you know, Coin forgot to look at the back shop again. No, absolutely not. We're free to become an adult and go check out those shops. Alright. We're going to not waste people's time by not trying to do that sped up for 15 to 20 minutes. Ugh. It is good to have an adult form. It is the superior form, but I do like Child Link. I don't think that form is bad or anything. There are some puzzles that only Boomerang can solve, for example. And, you don't have to deal with, loading distance or render distance problems as bad as Child. Because you only have half the distance. You can't exactly go that far anyway. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I just sped it up so we don't have to, you know, watch me walk that distance. 215, can't get it even if I wanted to. Please tell me you have the tunic, sir at the potion shop. No, but we can get Ferora's Wind. I'm okay with this. I will just mark that off. Then we're going to use our shortcuts to go grab 200 rupees twice. Why might I do that, you ask? Because there are two shops we can open up right now. One of them is, oh god. King Zora, please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Also, we could do a whole bunch of other checks at this time. Okay. I'm begging. Weep. I should just start setting this to silent or just not having a noise whatsoever, but whatever. Ah, we actually need to kill everything here. Okay, fine by me. So I'm killing everything that's here. Because... Oh, I have to be careful. We can actually collect sticks while we're an adult, and that'll help us deal with child stuff easier, too. Do these not count? I could have swore that you got extra drops. Maybe you can't do that while they're stunned? No, that doesn't seem to be it either. You just gotta wait for it to, like, time out and see if that changes anything. I don't think so. Really? I thought for sure that 2 jump slashes would take this out. 3 jump slashes. I got some stamina when you're... Okay. Nope. Yes, I know. Be brave. Oh, that could have been really bad. I think we can... I'm pretty sure we can just jump into Saria's house, grab hearts. There's no reason to, like, be so... Oh, hello. Oh, sweet Jesus. It is good not to have to worry about that stuff. Right. I believe we already killed you. So I think... Yeah, we didn't get a drop that time. 'Tis fine, I guess. You know what? I'm feeling a little exasperated. We've made good progress. Will we come back to this? Maybe. This exact seed? Probably. It's not bad or anything. We've gotten good progress. Just, I'm hungry. It's hard for me to think straight. I'm also not quite back into the swing of it yet. I'm still dealing with partial enervation, E-N-E-R-V-A, T-I-O-N, enervation. I'm still kind of dealing with that. The goal is gonna be to try and get a schedule out to folks by the end of this week. Those in Discord already kind of know this, but just to put that on Twitter. Speaking of Twitter, Twitter folks, I owe you a note with... I'm probably going to put a twit longer on it and actually do a twit longer this time. Yeah, I'm probably going to put some information on the twit longer and post that on Twitter for people to see. I'm basically probably going to carbon copy the stuff I said and take out some irrelevant stuff in the Discord and put that to you guys on Twitter. You guys do deserve to know what happened. This is mainly for folks who aren't on the Discord. Speaking of Discord, this is the last time I'm going to shill for the evening, because I'm more or less going to wrap it up after this. You know, if... I can't speak about the price of Amazon Prime, and Twitch Prime as by proxy. I can't speak for how much that costs. People pay different amounts. Students get a discount. Sometimes if you're like working service or you happen to get a deal, those people pay discount. I don't pay a discount, and so normally Amazon Prime is like $120 a year or about $12 to $14 a month. I'm a little bit murky on the exact amount I pay, but if you pay for Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime. Like, that's just something you have. Period. You get one. Spend it on your favorite streamers. Maybe not me, but spend it on anyone you watch streaming. You get emotes for a month. Some people will even let you into their Discords on a Twitch Prime, like yours truly. We have a quiet community. It's the 15th. Just realized I'm broke. I would love to do a gift sub this month, but I just cannot. I cannot afford it. I got too many different kinds of dues I gotta pay. It sucks. But that's kind of just how it is. Sorry. I'm hoping to build up a little bit of money with the house sitting jobs I'll be taking, but there are no guarantees on that, especially now that the client that I am sitting for, their daughter had a child recently. I'm not using names. I'd like to protect their identity, but they had a child, so their focus is now on their grandchild. Fun. I love, families growing in size. Kids are fun. I mean, they're annoying. Sure, they cry, they whine, they don't understand things, but we all were like that at some point. I'm getting off on a tangent. My point is, I don't know. I'm not going to have consistent income enough to continue the free gift subs every middle of the month where I kind of roll for it. But, feel free to gift a sub to other folks that are in here. You get 6 emotes for your trouble. One of them is even animated. I'm working on getting the rest of the animated emotes I've paid for. I'm working on getting those as well, because I've already paid for them. I just need to tease out the correct email from the artist I've contracted. I just need to do that. But eventually we will have a better animated emote that we can kind of like rotate out every month. Something like that anyway. Trying to make sure I'm not spending 15 minutes shelling. You guys know where all of the donation links and stuff are. I'll only say that I don't spend any of your money. That goes into a separate account that's funneled off to the side. I just have to rely on Amazon paying me out. That's the thing that hasn't really happened yet. I have not been paid out by Amazon ever since they did like that forced payout in the 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe not even that long. Yeah, like even with more frequent payouts, I just don't make enough to be paid out. But when I do, that money goes into a separate account and it doesn't get touched ever, like at all. It is sequestered. The only people who know about it are the government, and the government, I guess, can kind of do what they want with that. But let's not think about that. That drives people nuts. Yeah, outside of that, a tier 1 sub is the best bang for your buck. It gives you voting access, it gives you the Discord, it gives you emotes. Like a tier 2 Patreon package gives you about the same purchasing power. It's a little bit cheaper on Patreon, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe. I'd have to go back and look. I'm going to work on getting the Patreon stuff set up sometime this week as well. Look forward to that. Yeah, I have so many things. I could talk forever about them. But we got to end the stream at some point, right? Thank you guys so much for listening to me. I really appreciate it. I realize I drag out conversation. I'm a long-winded person. I don't exactly know what I'm talking about 100% of the time, but I try to give you guys everything I have while I'm here. Just gonna make sure that I am in the frame of the camera, because I always end up moving. Before I go, I'm gonna turn you guys over to, or I'm gonna shout out 2 streamers. Trying to think of 2 to 3 different people that I could talk about. So if you want to help someone move to Europe and you guys like what is essentially a variety package of content, I highly recommend checking out Zem92. They are primarily a Ratchet and Clank. I hope I got that correct. Yeah, that is correct. The shoutout function just apparently doesn't work. Strange. Copy current address. We're gonna do this. Nope, that is an incorrect address. That's really strange. You would think that the command works. For whatever reason, it's not working. Give me just a moment to, troubleshoot this. Timers. Nope, that's not it. It's going to be under chat commands. Interesting. Let me try reloading the overlays and reloading the bot and seeing what happens. It's chat stats and so many other not really relevant stuff. Event emulator. No, I don't need this. Okay. We're going to try the command again. Make sure I've spelled it correctly, which I have. That's strange. Okay, I guess I'll just try to manually fetch you guys the or I know why. It's because I'm not signed into Twitch. For whatever reason. Okay. That's fine. I probably just need to update all my docs and stuff. If you guys want another person who is kind of doing just something different, something along the same vein of retro games as I am, he's kind of all over the place. You guys can check out Lazy Runs. I would describe him as really quiet, which is fine. I wish I could do more than just do this. I don't know why this broke, if I'm being honest with you. This is the kind of stuff that goes on the bloopers, ladies and gentlemen. It really is. But there you go. You guys can do a Twitch search, and you will find them. You might even be able to find the YouTube channels that should be labeled pretty similarly, and you'll find them. Zem92 should probably have a YouTube channel with a similar name. Lazy Runs, I don't know. I know they did have a YouTube channel at one point where it was mostly VOD storage. I don't know if that still exists. They're kind of in the same boat I am, where they kind of took a long break from streaming and have been intermittently streaming ever since, with less frequency than me, from what I understand. Not really my business. I wish them the best of luck trying to accrue people that will watch, follow, and listen. Okay. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. Thank you guys again so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Next time I'll see you should be on Wednesday. We're going to be playing Mass Effect on Wednesday. We got missions to do. We got to go rescue Liara Tassoni. We know who we're going after now. It's just a matter of making our way to her. Currently, I stream every Wednesday and Sunday on Twitch and every Friday on YouTube. I do not know where that fourth day is going to go, and I do not know which platform it'll be on. But keep an eye on the Twitter. The Twitter is going to be the best place to look if you don't want to pay in to be part of the Discord. I understand that. The pandemic really changed a lot of what people could afford. Like, I think the pandemic broke the world. But that is like a box of horseshoes for a different stream, eh? Thank you guys so much. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and you can call me any of those three things. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And this has been a episode of Steven Does Things He Wants at the expense of his Twitch chat, occasionally. I'm joking. This has been an episode of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer Fork Devrreal. And the seed and the exact branch I use are in the title. So if you're like, I want to know what this guy is doing. And there are 119 drop frames. So just to repeat myself slightly, if you guys want to play what I'm playing, you can type in to Google search Ocarina of Time Randomizer and go to where the Dev Fork section is. There should be a drop-down list. Just click on the Dev Fork that says Dev Fork Devrreal. That's for Devrreal Mudo. And just, I can give you the seed setting if you actually want, but basically think of it like a Master Quest Plus. Just don't shuffle a whole bunch of entrances, and you probably got it. Like, turn on all the shufflers. Plus, like, key sanity and token sanity. And you probably have what I'm doing. Yeah. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Or if I don't see you on Wednesday, I'll either see you on Friday or I'll see you at some point. Take care, guys, and bye-bye.